Oops. I did forget to change the title on Twitch. My bad. Alright. Hello, everyone. Hello, Zopiad, Miyamoto Psych, Repulpos, Z-Linky, Arsenic Angel, Landcraig, and CBD Sound System. Thank you guys all for the good luck. That's true, if you watch me at the gym, that is a form of gymception. Also, hello, Prince Zetharoth, Dishy, ADHD, and Cloverfield. Thank you guys for the good luck as well, and apparently happy 2:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well. Yeah, so we're back to our regularly scheduled speedruns after our 2 days of randomizers. Our next scheduled randomizer race isn't until February 7th, so that's when the next one of those will be happening. What was the most recent exploit or speedrun tactic they found for Twilight Princess? I mean, the recent big one was Pogate skip in Arbiter's grounds, which had been sought after for a long time, but only recently, and by recently I mean like 6 months ago almost, like last August, was figured out because there was a realization that you could actually stand very, very, very slightly out of bounds on a specific part of the room collision that was not known about before, so. That's ultimately what led to discovering Pogate skip as it currently is. Why do you have to go first-person mode and look at the sky when doing barrier skip in Wind Waker? So barrier skip in Wind Waker requires being lined up in at a very, very precise angle. So, basically lining up for that angle for, like, Like, certain people like to look up really high to try and find a specific visual cue that indicates they're aiming in the right direction. So it doesn't technically require looking up at the sky, but that's just what some runners will do to get the angle that's necessary. Since it's somewhat easier to, like, line up to very specific angles if you're looking all the way up or all the way down. Because then you can make sure that you don't have any vertical change in view while you're trying to line up the specific angle you're trying to line up. Like, I also do a similar thing for Pogate skip in this game, where, like, I look down at the ground. This angle might be not great. I think I also turned Epona too much. This will probably work eventually, yeah, but too late. But yeah, basically it's easier to micro-adjust the angle if you are looking either all the way up or all the way down. Also, hello, Soji Manaru. I also hope to have a good run. Also, thanks for the good luck, Bocage, Snowy Sparkles, DDVX, Can't Cantaloupe, and French Fry Apocalypse. Welcome to the continued Twilight Princess speedruns. Yeah, darn it. I had too much speed going into that. I don't know if I actually turned enough there. Still also eventually worked, but a little too slow for my liking. Also, thanks for the best of luck, Keiru. Also, hello, Rinukusu. And thanks for the good luck and Dimias. Yeah, I hope everyone is doing well today. I'm personally doing alright. Just hoping to get a good run as usual. Nice. Alright, 105 gate clip is pretty good. Also, thank you very much, Bam Toaster, for the 19 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the continued support. And thank you for the good luck. Almost up to 20 months. Also, thanks for the good luck as well, Fubukini. Nearly 6 years since you first watched me. Yeah, we have been streaming for quite a long time. So darn it. I failed to equip the lantern while riding on Epona. So hello, Mel Moonbow. I also hope to have a good run. And welcome to the stream. The Wind Waker multi-world randomizer race was fun. Unfortunately, we lost. But that was kind of expected, because we were going up against, like, the pretty objectively best team in the tournament, so... Also, thank you very much, Willem, for the 58 months of Tier 1. That's a lot of months. Thank you for the almost 5 years of support. Thank you for the good luck. And you enjoy the speed content. Oh, come on. Okay, that wasn't too bad, actually. Whoa, hello. This is not what I wanted. Let's go back to the left. Alright, nice. Oh, come on. Whoa, camera. Okay. Not too bad. Also, thanks for the good luck, Folkhorn and Deesh. Pretty much all the randomizer tournaments are kinda just for funds. And for bragging rights. The only tournaments that actually have, like, some sort of prize are the... or at least usually, are the, speed gaming live tournaments that happen once a year. Which are in person. Or at least some of them are in person, some of them are online, but the ones that I compete in yearly are in person. Usually have some sort of monetary prize. They're coming anywhere from like 1st to 5th. Darn it. Well, that's fine. That one goat just decided to be special. Also, hello, Lysair. Thank you for the good luck. And yeah, for the race yesterday, we just ended up losing, and then after our opponent's team finished, we just forfeited because we still would have had to play for probably at least like another 30 or 40 minutes to finish. Well, the biggest differences between this game and the original, at least like the original GameCube version, are that this version does not have the back in time or early Master Sword glitches, at least at the moment. So that changes the beginning of the game quite a bit. We have to do more of the intended sequence of the beginning of the game, because we can't sequence break as much. But once this run gets Master Sword, it ends up being fairly similar to like how the GameCube version does things most of the time. But there are still some like slight strat differences here and there. You're in a Zelda phase again, and this stream is just what you want to see. Well, it does sound like you're in the right place, then. Pretty much only stream Zelda. I'll say yes, I do read YouTube comments. Unless I'm specifically streaming, like, something where I can't read chat at all. Like a randomizer race. But this is not a randomizer race, so... Is it possible to use Back in Time in Wind Waker? You can do Back in Time in Wind Waker on GameCube, but it's not useful for really much at all. It has use in, like, one niche category. I do have a Splatoon profile picture, that's true. Also darn it. It's to throw people off so that they'll never know that I play Zelda. Also, thanks for the good luck chest slap. Am I in a snowstorm? I am not in a snowstorm, no. I live in Southern California, so there is no snowstorm happening here. Thankfully. My favorite Link? Probably also just Toon Link. Toon Link is very funny. I appreciate his expressiveness. So thanks for the good luck, Lux, Lune, and Asher. What's my trick for surviving the winter storm? I guess my trick is not living where the storm is happening. Is the next TP rando? I don't currently have any plans for a next TP rando, but I think the next Twilight Princess randomizer tournament will probably be happening in like the summer, or sometime. We'll probably start up in like a couple months. Do you play Wind Waker? I mean, I'm always gonna say yes. If you've played and enjoyed other Zelda games, you will probably also have a pretty high chance of playing and enjoying Wind Waker. Also, thanks for the good look, JNC Cutie. Does Linkus only speedrun Wind Waker? No, I've seen Linkus speedrun other stuff. I think Wind Waker is just what he's by far done the most speedruns of. Like, I'm pretty sure he's also done, like, Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess before. He did Echoes of Wisdom when it came out. Oh, come on. I should have recognized that the Cucco was too close. Who is Linkus? Linkus is like another Zelda speedrunner slash content creator. He mostly does speedruns, but he also does other, like, challenge stuff and, like, makes YouTube videos about speedruns and stuff. Unfortunately, that segment was a little but we continue on anyways. Also, thanks for the good luck, Zernith. I am feeling pretty good. Hoping that we can get some good attempts going today. He is my rival? I don't know if I'd say he's my rival. I guess you could maybe say we were rivals in, like, 2018. When we were both running Wind Waker any percent after Barrier Skip had been discovered. And I guess also after Morth Hubbard had been discovered, so that the ending of any percent wasn't stupid. Also, thanks for the good luck, Azeroth. Is it still useful to do Puppet Ganon Skip in Wind Waker HD or GameCube? Yeah. I mean, the any percent and all dungeon speedruns of Wind Waker, both on GameCube and HD, do Puppet Ganon Skip, I'm pretty sure. You are my fiercest rival now. I mean, I suppose that could be true, John. We did play Mario Kart once. Oh, I feel like you pretty handily beat me on the back 48 courses of Mario Kart 8, since I basically had never played them before. Nice slip. That was weird. Oh, that's true. We have played Mario Party several times. Oh wow, I got both first frame dashes out of the dig. Amazing. Alright, Auntie Arneo, we'll see you later. Thanks for the good luck, and hope that you get some good sleep. My current PB is also the world record, yeah. Currently in California, it is 11:33 in the morning. Also, hello, Lou. And thank you for the good luck, Complex Milk and Joshi. Hello, Nat. Thank you for the good luck. You arrive only to leave because apparently you need plumber's tape. Ah, I see. Wish you good luck with acquiring the plumber's tape. I don't know if you need luck for that, but just in case. You are in the future, and 2 runs/attempts from now will be good. Alright. We'll see if that happens or not. Really? Come on, monkey. Ow. Oops. Darn it. Didn't think a blue rupee would pop out there. Unfortunate. I guess we got rid of the text. Why the monkey gotta notice the Baba? Oh well. I mean, the amount of extra money that we get in the early game usually isn't enough to, like, offset needing to pick up the purple rupee and Goron mines later on its own. But it definitely can help, especially if we get, like, a red rupee in Snowpeak. Oh, I see, Bocage. Makes sense. Also, thanks for the good luck, Chris. I did not get a haircut, though. I just ended up taking a shower before stream, so my hair is, like, damp. Also, Chris, are you Midnight Plays in the YouTube chat? I kind of assumed so, but I wanted to be sure. Okay. Yeah, I have to actually get rid of this spider. Well, I guess I could have climbed past it at that point, but... Twitch lets you rewind the stream specifically if you are a subscriber. Good afternoon, Boss Lady Trey. Thank you for the good luck. I'm glad to hear you're staying warm amidst the storm. Oh yeah, I did see the new Mario movie trailer, and I was like, yep, that definitely looks like Mario. These are all of the thoughts that I have on the Mario movie trailer. So thanks for the good luck, ICT Cobra. I mean, I'd be interested in watching the movie, but not to, like, a particularly high degree. Like, I probably wouldn't go out of my way to go see it. But, like, I watched the first one, and, like, it was a fun watch, but it wasn't something that I felt inclined to then go watch a second time. Am I excited for the Legend of Zelda movie? I mean, I would say I'm definitely intrigued and interested to see what they'll do with it. It'll probably be more interesting to me than the Mario movie is. Or Mario movies, plural. Well, the Zelda movie is, I think, still filming, so there's no trailer for it yet. There's just, like, screenshots from production. One, two, three. Okay. But the Zelda movie is scheduled to release April 2027? I think it's either April or March of next year, so we'll probably get a trailer for it sometime late this year, I imagine. You hope Link gets the green tunic. Pretty sure he had the green tunic in the production screenshots. Yeah, the Zelda movie is live action. I think it'll be more OOT based or Breath of the Wild based. I mean, I kind of hope it's not based on a specific game. Like, I hope it has its own Hyrule, in a sense. You have negative interest in the Zelda movie. I mean, I think that's fair, because obviously, like, attempting to adapt video games to movies generally doesn't work very well, so... Or at least historically has not worked very well. Right, because I mean, like, you know, usually the things that make games interesting, the gameplay, right, is not something that really translates to another medium because you don't interact with movies or TV shows. So... Also, thanks for the good luck, Phantom. And thanks for the good luck as well, Soup. Thanks for the good luck as well, D3. There's a reason I generally seem to prefer running the older Zelda games over the new ones. I think there's probably like a bunch of different factors. Like when I first started speedrunning, in 2013, so... The Zelda games that were out at that time were the ones that I like first learned to speedrun, and were probably in some part the ones that I got attached to the most for speedrunning. But like I have speedrun the newer titles somewhat, just not as much as the older ones, but this is an interesting phrase because I consider, like, older Zelda games to be, like, the ones that are before Ocarina of Time. Right? Like, Link to the Past, Zelda 1, Zelda 2, and Link's Awakening. But I guess... Twilight Princess is 20 years old, so... I had intended to speedrun Breath of the Wild more when it came out, but I only ended up speedrunning it for like a month because barrier skip was then figured out in Wind Waker HD. And I was like, well, now I have to speedrun Wind Waker HD. And I never really went back to Breath of the Wild other than the 3D Zelda challenge. I think Link Between Worlds is pretty good. I enjoyed playing it, at least. First boss looks very technical to perform. I mean, yeah, Ooklis is, like... There isn't, like, any specific part of Ooklis that's, like, precise, but you do have to do all of the inputs, like... Or all of the actions in the intended order for the trick to work. Also, thanks for the good luck kit. And GG's on the race yesterday. I don't think we really ever had a chance, since none of us were going to do boating course early. Hello? Okay, I don't know what that Shadow Beast was on, but... Also, what does this mean, Chris? What's my definition of a retro game? I mean, I definitely think of retro as, like, 2D sprite-based games is, like, a retro look to me. Like NES, SNES, stuff like that. But that's also because, like, when I first heard the term used, that was what it was referring to. It means I'm getting old. I mean, it means I'm getting older. Personally, I don't feel old, so... Yeah, like, the N64, like... The only thing that feels retro about it to me is the fact that it's very pixelated. But, like... I don't know, it feels like it's partway in retro, but also partway not really. Also, nice. Missed quick spin. I honestly don't know what the official definition of retro is. I am currently 27 years old. A big fan of this direction. Oh, wait, hold on, he's turning right. Darn it. Why didn't he come back there? Maybe I jump attack too early. You'd say a game is retro if it's 15 years old. Yeah, I mean, that's also fair. I feel like for me, retro, like, there's a certain, like, visual, like, the word retro has a very visual aesthetic to me. Which is why I only think of, like, 2D games from the 90s and earlier as, like, retro games. Right, like, regardless of how much time passes, like, I will never think of Twilight Princess as a retro game, for instance. I ever crashed the game or softlock during crowd control? The one time I did crowd control, I did softlock a bunch, yeah. Your baseline is basically if the game is below 720p and is 4x3. I mean, that's also fair. Thanks for the good luck, Makuya and Ganondorf's dog. I mean, I think the other thing is that, like as, you know, computer graphics have just generally improved, like, the improvements in computer graphics from, like, the 90s to the 2000s were so huge, whereas, like, the improvements in graphics from, like, over, like, the last decade kinda are pretty negligible in comparison to the improvements in previous decades. So, like, the graphical fidelity of, like, this game is at least somewhat comparable to, like, high graphical fidelity games now. At least to me, but obviously you might not agree with that opinion. Whereas, like, obviously the difference between this and a 2D game with sprites in graphical fidelity is a very huge jump. And so, at least for me, I feel like retro is, like, from before we got to the end of that big jump. Is probably where I would say it makes the most sense to call retro to me. I just got done watching the Wind Waker rando. Why the weird ending? So the stream ended when the other team finished, and my team just wanted to forfeit because we didn't feel like finishing out the rest of the randomizer. Because it would have been another, like, 30 or 40 minutes before we were able to finish. So, hello, Sour Juggernaut? I'll say yes, that's very fair, Octahard. Like, obviously you have to care about graphics to some degree, but, like, trying to push the bounds of graphical capabilities through realistic-looking video games is, like, kind of a waste of time if the gameplay isn't good. Like, gameplay is always going to be the most important thing, so... That bug almost fell down again. How's the run so far? 17 seconds behind here is a bit meh, but obviously possible to come back from still. I ever played the first Legend of Zelda game made in 1986. I played it at least a little bit, but I never actually got around to completing it, unfortunately. Oh. Fortunately, the Kargarok followed us, so we have to get rid of him first. I guess he's going to interrupt us. That was unfortunately kind of slow because I could not find where up was. Oh, come on. Thanks for the good luck, Chukaz. Yes, the first Zelda game releasing in 1986 is not related to the 86 in my username at all. Also, thanks for the good luck as well, Tommy Earl. Seems like with every year that goes by, there are less and less games made that will be remembered as classics in the future. I mean, at least from my perspective, a lot of my favorite games are games that have been made within either, like, the last decade or the last 15 years. Like, a game that came out last year that, at least as a classic for me, is Blueprints. That I think is a very good puzzle game that everyone should try out if they like puzzle games. My favorite game of all time was also released in 2019, which is fairly recent as far as the history of games goes, which is Outer Wilds. Oh yeah, Outer Wilds has been my favorite game ever since I finished playing it. It's going to be very hard for anything to dethrone Outer Wilds, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I would stream Blueprints, because, like, I already played all of it. The only things I haven't done are completing the game in Curse mode or completing the game in Dare mode. Because, like, those things didn't interest me too much, but I did everything else. At least as far as I'm aware. Also, thanks for the good luck, Smoothie. Alright, Lysair, we'll see you later. Good luck waking up at 4 a.m. I believe in you. You couldn't bring yourself to, like, Blueprints, the RNG aspect of it screwed with you too much. I mean, that's also fair. There is a fair bit of RNG that can happen with Blueprints. Especially as the game gets further on. Like, at least at the start, there's, like, enough different things to do that, like, it doesn't really matter a whole lot if the RNG screws you over, because you can usually then just do something else instead. But as there become less and less things to do, that can definitely become a point of frustration. Really? Okay, I'm surprised Epona didn't just stop. Usually Epona, like, stops because she hits the wall, but I guess not that time. Alright, well. Unfortunately, that means we'll be like a minute behind here, but I'll keep going with it. Darn it. Oh, no rupee for me. What are my factors in deciding to restart a run? Pretty much only if I've lost too much time by whatever time or like however far into the run we are. think it was a mistake to not make Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom a spin-off series or new IP. Because with Breath of the Wild's success, it seems like we'll never get another traditional Zelda game. I mean, I wouldn't say that that's strictly true. Like, I don't imagine we'll get another Zelda game that's, like, very strictly linear for probably a while, at least from, like, the main Zelda team, right? But I guess what I hope would happen is that we get games that are, like, that at least have, like, some structure to them. Like, Link Between Worlds and Echoes of Wisdom have some freedom in choosing what you want to do, but they also still have some structure, which I much prefer over having basically no structure. I think I also prefer over, like, having an extremely linear structure, personally. We'll just have to wait and see what they have in store for us next. That was a weird kill on that Shadow Beast. What's the limits to where you can run when glitched at the bottom of the worlds? I mean, pretty much you can run to anywhere. You can run until, floating point imprecision makes everything look very wonky. Which takes a really long time, but you could do it. Yeah, like, being able to choose what order to do the dungeons in Link Between Worlds is nice, but, like, you still have to first do the first 3 dungeons, and then you can do the next, what is it, like, 6? 6 or 7? And then you can go to the final boss, right? And Echoes of Wisdom is, like, sort of similar to that. You have to do the first one, and then the second and third ones you can do in whatever order, and then the last 3 you can also do in whatever order. And then you go to the final boss, right? You can't use, like, running around at the bottom of Hyrule Field as opponent to get to Hyrule Castle early now. Because also, like, Hyrule Castle's on a separate map. Like, even though you can see the model of Hyrule Castle in the distance, you can't actually, like, access Hyrule Castle. Because that's just a model that's placed on the map. That's not, like, the actual Hyrule Castle map. Fortunately, that bug did not jump out to the left. I had to actually turn on senses to see that bug. Thanks for the good luck, Laser Lumpy. A little worried that might have actually been too low, but thankfully it seems like it's fine. Yeah. Come on, get down here. Fortunate. Yeah, past two segments have not been great. Thanks for the good luck spoof. I would not think that Fire and Falby are dating, no. Do the horsey sprint thingies recharge slower if you deplete them all? Yes. So if you let if you use all 6 up, then you have to wait for a bit, and then, they all come back at once. But usually we don't want to do that unless, we don't have to worry about it again. Alright, nice. We are playing on real hardware. Ow. Nice. Thank you, opponent. So thanks for the good luck, Ben. Wow, a whole green rupee. We do the LJA there, because if you get too far ahead of the cart and try to go to Kakariko Village, Midna, there's a Midna trigger there that says, hey, go back and make sure the cart's okay, but we just need to hit the loading zone, so we do a long jump attack to get over that trigger and hit the loading zone. Oh yeah, I still don't know why third-person claw shot clipping just doesn't work on the emulator. That feels so weird. Because, like, that's obviously a case of inaccurate emulation, but I'm not sure what inaccurate emulation would cause that. The gate keys are just given to you, I guess technically by defeating King Bulblin is what the implication is, because after you defeat King Bulblin 2, the keys just fly over to Link. Now, in this case, we skip King Bulblin 2, and the game still gives them to us, so... No, well, so specifically the Irolfos skip one requires gyro, but the other one to get into, or like to skip past the gate earlier in City in the Sky does not require gyro. Like, that one can be done on hardware with no gyro. How was the multi-world? It was fun. Unfortunately, we lost, though, but playing randomizer with friends is always a good time. Is there a different spur cadence in this area than in the overworld? I guess it's slightly different, yeah, but that's also because Epona moves at different speeds. Between, like, bigger areas and smaller areas. Like, usually the smaller the area is, the less speed she has, so... and also, like, the quicker her speed begins decaying back down, so... We usually use the spurs faster in smaller areas compared to, like, Hyrule Field. Alright, Bo has employed the do-nothing strategy. Also, yes, the Gale Boomerang is how you get that rupee. Unslap. Alright. Bo has decided to be nice to us today. Thank you, Bo. So thanks for the good luck, Brandino. thank you very much, Hydro Cannon, for the 37 months of Prime. Thank you for the over 3 years of support. And thank you for the good luck. Also, thanks for the good luck, Finny and Sarah. Surely Nintendo will release this on Switch for the 40th anniversary. I mean, we'll have to wait 20 more years before the 40th anniversary of this game. Thanks for the good luck, Silver Skinner. This run's not that great, but we're still gonna roll with it for the time being. Ocarina of Time 3 HD. I mean, I'd be down for another Ocarina of Time remake. Oh, come on. So thanks for the good luck, GD Cusack. Okay. Oh, come on. That wasn't high enough. Ugh. Glad that this was your first ever Zelda game? Why are you glad that this one specifically was your first Zelda game? Have there been any changes or optimizations for this category? In the last year, yeah. We have Kitty Climb in Goron Mines to skip the slow magnet ceiling walk room. We have Pogate skip in Arbiter's Grounds, which is nice. We have a new kind of clip that I'm about to do right now, where we kind of just look through the wall and then clip through it. It's a little bit silly, but apparently not, because I was not all the way up against the wall. Let's try that again. There we go. Also, thanks for the good luck, Max C35. Well, so the exploit is actually kind of the fact that moving around doesn't move Link when it kind of should. So, like, if you're up against a wall in this game, and you try to, like, look downwards through the wall, the game will push Link away from the wall, because it doesn't want you to, like, be able to just easily clip the camera out of bounds by looking down into a wall, right? But if Link being pushed by the wall would make Link fall off of a ledge, the game, for some reason, prioritizes Link not falling off the ledge over the camera going through the wall. So, if you look through a wall in such a way that the game doesn't push Link away from the wall, and there's collision on the other side facing the opposite direction, if you lean forward far enough, the top cylinder of Link's, like, collision cylinders will go far enough through the wall that it touches the other collision and gets pushed through by it. Which, interestingly, does not happen in the GameCube or Wii versions. Also, that was another instance of the clip that we did right there. That, for some reason, only happens in HD. Also, thank you very much, Yell, for the 62 months of Prime. 62 is 2 times 31, and the patent val of 62 Edo is a contorted 31 Edo through the 11 limit, which it makes for a good tuning in the higher limits. I do not know what this means. Considering that the word tuning was involved, it sounds like something related to pitch. But yeah, I mean, that kind of clip not being caught in QA testing makes, like, perfect sense. Because, like, it works fine as long as there's no ledge behind Link that he would fall off, right? I'm just kind of confused why it was changed, because, like, in GameCube and Wii, if you try to look through a wall like that, Link just falls off the ledge, right? Like, the game has no problem just making Link fall. Interesting. Well, this game runs at the same frame rate as the original, 30 FPS. It could be due to accounting for moving in first person. That's probably it, yeah. I sometimes forget you can do that in this game. Or, that's... It's weird, because in this game you can only move in first person while you're targeting. Like, if you're not targeting, then you just look around normally. What we said about watering the lakes? I don't know, Crystal. I don't know what was said about watering the lakes. Twilight Princess HD was not made from the ground up. None of the Zelda remakes had been made from the ground up. Well, so, like, my theory, sort of, Chris, is that, like, I mean, it's not even really I don't think it's a theory, because, like, it's kind of testable, right? Is that, like, if, like Link's collision is still active while you're looking around, right? Because, like, when you look forward, Link looks down, like, his model physically goes downwards, right? And same thing with if you look up, his model, like, actually bends backwards, because you can see that, like in Link's shadow, if you can see it while you're moving around in first person. And since Link has multiple collision cylinders, I'm guessing that, like, the top cylinder for collision is, like, moving along with the part of him that's leaning forward, or leaning backwards, right? At least as human form. And so, because on HD you can simply bend, like, forward through the wall, Link's collision cylinders also follow, and then if they happen to touch outward-facing collision on the other side, they're like, oh, we're supposed to get pushed by this. So thanks for the good luck Link's key. If you're talking about going into, like, the bar or into Telma's bar as human Link, King Aids, I think you would still get kicked out, because that's dependent on the state of the map. And I don't think is dependent on, like, specifically being wolf or human Link. But I could be wrong about that, but that would just be my guess. Also, thanks for the good luck, Carlos Raven. Thanks for the good luck, Fanatic. No, darn it. Alright, well, we're not gonna get this bridge cycle. I messed up one of the dash cancels. The current world record is my PB. 3 hours, 49 minutes, and 39 seconds. Also, thanks for the good luck, Lanayru. Thanks for the good luck as well, Minato. Dang, that would be. Well, so the enemy music isn't part of, like, the Midna's Lament track. The game just, like, makes the Midna's Lament music fade out if you get near an enemy, and then also fades in the, like, enemy approaching music. But, like, they're different music tracks. So thanks for the good luck, Cormo. Yes, I do agree that if this game gets remade again, I would also think it would be a good choice to not have the enemy music interrupt Midna's Lament. So thanks for the good luck, Griffin's games. I actually don't know where the Gus Bellows was in the last randomizer race that I did. GDQ was pretty good. I was only there the second half of the week because I was sick the first half of the week, but I still was able to enjoy it a good amount while I was there. It is true. We did apparently speedrun an escape room. No, it didn't feel like we were speedrunning the escape room. It felt like we were kind of playing it relatively normally. The hardest randomizer I ever done? I don't know, probably one that has, like... Or the one that had, like, extreme entrance randomizer shenanigans. Because usually putting on, like, decoupled entrances makes a randomizer playthrough take much longer. Alright, Chris, we'll see you later. Thanks for the good luck, and thanks for being here. Memorando with decoupled entrances and no logic. Oh no. I don't currently have any plans to try out speedrunning the DS games, no. Alright, let's see if we can get a good early Snowpeak. We've generally been doing pretty well early Snowpeak lately, so... We'll see if the streak keeps up, or if things go sideways, literally when the wolf tries to attack me from the side instead of from the front because he thinks he's special. Ah, that's probably too close. Yeah. I should have shot the claw shot sooner. Come on. Really? well. I lost like 45 seconds to that-ish. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that's worth continuing. We'll take a small break, and then we'll do the next attempt. But it was almost spiritual journey time. Well, maybe on the next attempt we can get spiritual journey time. We need to order the Wombo Combo Pizza Kit for the next run for the Wolves. I don't know if we can really bribe Ice Wolfos with pizza. So I didn't end up doing a GD or a Twilight Princess HD GDQ run. I was supposed to do TPHD all dungeons at AGDQ, but unfortunately I got sick before the event started, and the organizers said that if I was not sick 48 hours before my run was supposed to start, then I could still do it, but if I was still sick 48 hours before it started, then they had to make arrangements for a backup. So, I was still sick 48 hours beforehand, and then, so they had to make arrangements for a backup. I did, however, become well the very next day. So I still went to GDQ for the second half of the week and was there for when my runtime slot was, but by that point the schedule had already shifted over and they didn't want to shift it back. Also, yes, we are live on YouTube. The run lost too much time at early Snowpeak for me to continue. It was only about 45 seconds that we lost, but that still is, that was too much for how far behind we already were. But we'll see you later, Ganondorf's dog. Thanks for watching. Which Zelda game would I consider to have the best combat? For me, the best combat is definitely Skyward Sword. Sword has the most fun combat because it's motion controlled and it feels very good to perform. And I don't think any other Zelda game is going to top Skyward Sword combat for me unless they go back to motion-controlled combat in the same way. So thanks for the good luck, Tariq. Yeah, I mean, with the Twilight Princess decomp hitting 100%, I would not be surprised if PC port is currently being worked on. I don't know how long it would take, though. A woolen sleevelet. We had one run today that got to early Snowpeak, but had kind of lost a lot of time up to that point, so it did not get past early Snowpeak. Okay. Nice. Okay. Come on. Come on, Trill. There you go. Alright, that was a little slow with Trill at the end, but that's fine. Could a decomp make it easier to cheat in speedruns? I guess, like, in an extremely technical sense, yes, but the, like... I guess it would also probably depend on the game, but the amount of knowledge you'd need to... and effort you'd have to, like, put forth to, like, use decomp to cheat in a speedrun is, like, pretty impractical. Especially for, like, a game like Twilight Princess, where, you... like, runs for Twilight Princess have to be done, like, on console and on disc, right? So, like, you'd have to make decomp changes and then burn those changes back onto a disc. Also, really? Like, back onto an actual GameCube disc to use. To be able to, like, try to cheat however you wanted to cheat. Also, we're gonna reset, because those goats were not good. Or specifically, 2 goats were not good. Like, I would not expect anybody to try cheating with decomp anytime soon. At least in the case of, like, GameCube games. Also, thanks for the good luck, Covert Muffin and Middleton. Damn, that's a pretty good approach to the corner. Oh, very nice. Ah, yeah, Wind Waker decomp is at, like, 55% currently, I think. Since the Twilight Princess decomp hit 100%, I think there's probably, like, a few more people helping to work on Wind Waker now as well. You're surprised TP got decomped first? I mean, generally Twilight Princess, at least from, like, my vantage point as a speedrunner, has had more people interested in, like, reverse engineering and trying to figure out how it works compared to Wind Waker. So at least given my perspective of seeing that over, like, the past 15 years or so, I am not surprised it got decomped first. Or at least not first, but, like, before Wind Waker specifically. So decomp stands for decompilation, and is basically the idea of trying to reverse engineer the assembly code that the game ships with into higher level programming language source code that can be used to, like, better understand the game, or even just recompile the game, right? Because then you can also more easily make like mods or hacks for the game if the game has been decompiled into higher level source code. But it's also useful for, like, glitch hunting, because you can just better understand how the game works in general by seeing the higher level abstractions of how things work, instead of just, like, the raw assembly instructions. But it is something that takes a huge amount of effort and a long time. I think it took about 5 years for... Like, 5 years of work from a lot of different people for Twilight Princess to hit 100% on decompilation. Wait, is it this one? I guess this is the one I was targeting, that's probably correct. If it's the wrong one, that's not a huge deal. We lose like 2 seconds. But yeah, so it's what's allowed, like, the Ocarina of Time PC port Ship of Harkinian to exist. As well as, like, the recent edition of other games that they have. Like, they also have PC ports of, like, Star Fox 64 and Mario Kart 64 as well. I assume because those games got fully decomped. Of course, turning reverse-engineered code into, like, a PC port is not a trivial task. There was still a lot of work that had to go into doing that once, like, the decomp reached 100%, but that is a motivation for some people to work on decomping a game. Alright. I mean, I think Ship of Harkinian only really does N64 decomp stuff, or not decomp stuff, but like N64 PC port stuff. I wouldn't think that Ship of Harkinian has any plans to try and do GameCube stuff, as like more GameCube games get decompiled over the years. Nice. Looking like it's gonna be a good goats. Oh, never mind. This guy decided he was special. That's still fine. Decomp could potentially help in finding something like barrier skip. Like, I wouldn't say that decomp... like, decomp is mostly helpful for understanding why things work. At least from my perspective, I've never seen... Like, it's happened a few times where, like, reverse engineering the game on, like, a code level has helped with finding some sort of exploit, but most of the time exploits are found by, like, actually playing the game and having something happen accidentally, or intentionally trying to see how, like, two interactions will work with each other. And not really through just perusing the code. You've been wanting to replay this, but don't know if you should play HD or not. I mean, if you have HD, I would recommend playing it, but, like... really any version of Twilight Princess will be a good casual experience. HD has some nice quality of life things, but it's by no means like you must play the HD edition for the definitive experience or anything like that. So thanks for the good luck, Winix. I did do a previous attempt that got about an hour and 45 minutes in, but then we reset because I had lost too much time by that point. But, like, decomp did help with understanding why, for instance, like, a certain theory for barrier skip did not actually work out. Because there was a theory that you could do barrier skip with a glitch called actor corruption in this game. Or at least, like, in GameCube. Where if you can corrupt an actor in a specific way, you can get it so that every instance of that actor doesn't actually load in anymore. And then you could get rid of one of the invisible walls that would prevent early Hyrule Castle from working. Or that currently prevents early Hyrule Castle from working. But decomp revealed that, like, the way in which actor corruption corrupts some actors doesn't actually work with that specific actor that would need to be corrupted to do early Hyrule Castle. So, that's a pretty good use for decomp, right? And essentially the reason is that, like, the actors that can be corrupted like that need to have specific kinds of files in their archives, like in the archive of what makes up the actor, for them to be corrupted like that, and the invisible wall object, Objboard, does not have any of those types of files that could allow the actor to be corrupted, so it's just not possible to corrupt it. But what the heck is this chat effect? Thank you very much for the 500 bits, though, Blind OS. I do very much appreciate it. And thanks for throwing cubes at the chat. Well, so being able to achieve early Hyrule Castle in this game would essentially need to be done differently depending on when you would do it, because the obstacles that block you from getting to Hyrule Castle early change at one point in the game. So, like, before you get the Master Sword, the thing that blocks you from getting to Hyrule Castle early is a door that has an invisible wall in front of it and some guards in front of it so that you can't, like, actually open the door. But then, after a certain point, that door opens and the guards go away, and instead there's, like, what we actually think of as the barrier, right? Which is, like, the glowing yellow wall that surrounds Hyrule Castle. And then, once that wall appears, that wall is the thing that blocks you from getting to Hyrule Castle early. So, if you do it before that wall appears, you'd have to somehow get past the door with the guards. If you do it after the wall appears, you have to get past the wall itself. Howard. Where's the best for saving time against world record? The place where I can save the most time is the very last segment of the run. I can save like a minute if I get good Zelda RNG. I think this is the first time you've actually watched gameplay footage of this game. Well, first time for everything, I suppose. Yeah, Ship of Harkinian has a lot of, like, enhancements that you can use to play Ocarina of Time. You had zero interest in TPHD? I mean, that's fair. It's honestly not really much different from the original games at all. At least as far as, like, a casual experience is concerned. What would I advise to anybody starting to learn TPHD as a speedrun? It's going to be a little difficult in the beginning, because you have to, at least assuming you're doing like any percent or all dungeons, you'll have to start off by learning Boko pushing, which is not particularly forgiving, but if you can get past Boko pushing, 95% of the run is going to be much easier than that. Of course, there'll still be a few hard parts, but... you can also, of course, join the Twilight Princess speedrunning Discord server, which also is where discussing Twilight Princess HD speedruns happens. At discord.gg/TP. Ow, really? I didn't get this one? And if you have questions about anything, you will almost certainly get answers by asking in the Discord server. Do I find that I do better runs depending on my state of mind? I don't know if I would say, like, state of mind. I guess that depends on exactly what you mean, but, like, some days I do feel like I play more consistently or better. Obviously, like, you know, getting enough sleep is probably the biggest factor in, like, whether or not I can play decently, or, like, play consistently. Because I definitely play worse if I don't get enough sleep. Like, also, you know, just staying hydrated and making sure that I'm actually eating food are good things. The splits that I can save a lot of time on compared to the record are much later in the run. The beginning of my PB is a very good speedrun. Like, the first 3 or so hours are pretty tough to keep up with. But the last 50 minutes are where my PB lost a lot of time. Like, even though I'm 3 seconds behind right now, like, so far this has been a very good run, all things considered. Yeah, so keeping with my PB, into, like, Palace of Twilight would generally be the goal, probably. And then just not losing time in Palace of Twilight, Temple of Time, and Hyrule Castle would be what we want, generally. Ooh, blue rupees. What the heck? How did this happen? Really? Don't you notice the keys? Yeah, I don't think we were gonna be able to get that keys before the monkey noticed it. Oh, that was a fast swing. That one's usually kind of slow. Alright, pretty good monkey. Yeah, so, until you actually see the, like, text for the rupee that you pick up, if you want to avoid it, you have to be in some animation where Link can't, get the rupee text for, like, a couple frames at least, so that the game then just ignores trying to give you the rupee text. So basically, we continue to side hop over blue rupees until like we potentially accidentally get the text for one, at which point we then don't have to worry about it anymore. You like to think of it as Link being busy? Yeah, I guess that works. I mean, it's kind of interesting because, like, the rupee text also won't play if you pick up a rupee while you're on Epona and, like, haven't seen the rupee text, but, like, you can receive items on Epona and get the get item animation for them. But the game doesn't do that for rupees on Epona. I guess all the items you get while on Epona are after, like, talking to people, so I guess getting a rupee while you're, like, galloping around on Epona would feel like it interrupts the gameplay experience. Yeah, the ending blow is the only required hidden skill. We do get shield bash, though, because getting shield bash allows us to do a trick that then saves 2.5 minutes. So, we get shield bash, even though it is technically optional. Is new Zelda game coming soon? I wouldn't be surprised if we got a new, like, remake of something this year. To be released, like, during the holiday season. We're definitely not getting, like, a brand new 3D Zelda game for, like, probably at least 2 or 3 more years, I would imagine. Since new 3D Zelda games typically have like a 5 or 6 year long development period. I'll say yes, I do definitely frequently talk with Eiji Anu. Do I have any opinion on the new Wind Waker PMG category that removes some of the tricks? Not really, but mostly because I haven't played it myself. Whenever I get around to speedrunning GameCube Wind Waker again, I'll probably run that category, or at least try running, like, it once or twice. You would love it if they ported the 3DS Zeldas to Switch. Yeah, I mean, I would be down for that too. It sucks that, in a way, that those games are kind of stuck on the 3DS. Am I having fun? I am indeed having fun, yes. I think speedrunning this game is fun. People who, like, played the original Majora's Mask don't tend to like the changes that MM3D makes, and I think those opinions are very valid. Personally, I enjoy MM3D more than the original, simply because there's significantly less input delay, and moving around in the game feels less jank compared to moving around in the original N64 titles. Which is why I also, like, speedrun the 3DS remakes more than I ever will the N64 originals. So thank you very much, Nintendo, for the 57 months of Tier 1. Thank you very much for the good luck, and I hope that your nap was good. Hope that the storm is not too bad for you. Are there any of the Zeldas that are on the Switch VC that are actually the fastest to run on Switch? I'm not actually sure. It's possible that Wind Waker on, like, Switch 2 NSO might be fastest for, like, glitchless, but it's not faster for any other categories because you can't use the Tingle Tuner on Switch 2 NSO, and the Tingle Tuner saves a lot of time in Wind Waker speedruns. It even saves time in the glitchless category, but it only saves about 3 minutes in glitchless. Which other categories save much more. And the improved loading times are probably not enough to overcome the Tingle Tuner deficit for other categories. But it might be for glitchless. But nobody's timed exactly how much would be saved in glitchless with the faster loading times. Also nice, we're actually ahead. I do know that if Twilight Princess comes out on Switch 2 NSO, though, it is going to be, it is almost certainly going to be faster to speedrun Twilight Princess on Switch 2 GameCube NSO, because, like, Twilight Princess doesn't have something like the Tingle Tuner that you would lose functionality with, essentially. And you'd still be able to do back in time, because the soft reset combo would still work. At least you can still do back in time in Wind Waker on GameCube NSO, so. NSO stands for Nintendo Switch Online. It's the yearly subscription service that allows you to access the, like, virtual console titles on Switch, essentially. Would I still be interested in speedrunning if I were not good enough to have any chance of getting a world record? Yeah. I mean, I was interested in speedrunning when I first started out and wasn't good enough to get a record in anything. And it was a while before I got a record in anything, so... Oh, right, there's no cutscene there. Yeah, thankfully at least specifically for Wind Waker, the perceived delay when playing on Switch 2 NSO has been significantly improved. It is still there, but it's like, it's much better than it was when it first came out, thankfully. Howard. like that LJs are in this game. I also like that LJs are in this game. Long jump attacks are fun. What is my favorite speedrun tech out of any Zelda game? Probably still Death Hole Wrong Warping in Ocarina of Time 3D. I've always thought Death Hole Wrong Warping was really cool, and just being able to consecutively chain wrong warps together is very fun. Word. Hydration check. I already drank water, though. I'll drink more. Yeah, that long jump attack skips over the Postman trigger. Would it be possible to beat MM3DL dungeons with only the 24 masks, ocarina, and songs without tricks like SRM or Ace? I mean, I think you'll need at least some items to beat the dungeons. Like, you can't attack Twin Mold unless you have the bow in MM3D. At least for the first phase. I guess if you went in with the Giant's Mask, I'm not sure how that would play out, but considering that you get the Giant's Mask in the middle of the fight in MM3D, that's not something you would be able to do. But, like, Goat you can obviously do as just Goron Link. Yorg, I think you can do as just Sora Link, and Odalwa you can just do as Deku Link and Zora Link, so... Twin Mold is the one that actually requires items, or at least, at the very least, requires a bow, so... I missed Gorge Void. Oh no. I don't know if you can hit blue Twin Mold with the Fierce Deity mask. I mean, assumedly you would have to get that one last, since you need to get all the other masks first for that one. So if you have to obtain all the masks legitimately, you can't do it with no items. No. Also, hello Orion. Thank you for the good luck. There already an upcoming AGDQ or SGDQ that you plan to participate in? I mean, I plan on submitting games to SGDQ, and the next AGDQ, yeah. I don't know if any of them will get accepted, but I will be submitting games. And even if I don't get any game submissions in, I will still be attending those events. I'm planning to speedrun Metroid Prime 4. I do not have plans on speedrunning Metroid Prime 4, no. It's too much like a glitchless run. I mean, we did skip most of Forest Temple. Forest Temple in glitchless is like 7 or 8 minutes longer, I think. This part of the run does not contain very many glitches now. Part of that is also because this, on HD, they patched the conventional method of doing early Master Sword, so currently doing early Master Sword in HD requires doing a multi-hour pickup slide, which obviously is not going to be faster for RTA runs. But we can get to the Sacred Grove early, but we can only get there as Human Link early, so Human Link still needs to find a way to clip out of the first room if we want to be able to do early Master Sword on HD. Also, thank you very much, Vigiman, for the 42 months to Tier 1. What? I don't know why that bug went that direction. Oh. Thank you for the continued support, that you still enjoy the speedruns. I would say that I don't really have a preference between, like, Twilight Princess GameCube or Twilight Princess HD when it comes to speedrunning. I like them equally as much as each other, as they both have their different pros and cons. Do I think a discovery of barrier skip would make the run better or worse? I don't know. If, like, we could essentially just go to Hyrule Castle after getting the Master Sword in TPHD, the run would be much easier, but I don't know if I would say that makes the run better or worse necessarily. Oh, I had forward. Man. I, for some reason, cannot find forward today. It's my biggest issue. That is too far to the right. Well, that stinks. For Hyrule Castle, the items that we would, like, absolutely need would be... I don't know why we didn't get a quick climb there. So we need Claw Shot to be able to Claw Shot things to move around. We need Gale Boomerang to extinguish a torch. We need Lantern to light some torches. That's pretty much everything. We can get past the double Claw Shots and the spinner sections of the final climb by just, for the double Claw Shots, doing a frame-perfect Claw Shot target drop. And for the spinner, by doing some fairly precise long jump attacks. But with a setup, those long jump attacks aren't actually that bad. I think you have a 2-frame window, at least on GameCube, with the setup that exists for it. The frame window is a little bit difficult to figure out, though, or to, like, visually see. Because you're essentially doing a long jump attack into a damage boost to get past the spinner requirement. No, the requirements don't change at all in HD. Oh, and I guess we also need, like, the Master Sword and the Ending Blow hidden skill to defeat Ganondorf. So the Master Sword has to be in Link's hand to get the prompt to do the final blow on Ganondorf. You need both Master Sword and the Ending Blow hidden skill. It is technically possible to, like, start the Ending Blow and then switch over to Ordin Sword to kill him with Ordin Sword, but Master Sword is still required to actually start that, right? Alright, let's try to not accidentally walk off the cliff this time. Would not be recommended. What? Seriously? Let's try that again. Just walk backwards. There you go.
What you ain't one each time.
I'm not sure how I accidentally let go of target there. I didn't think I was... Or, like... I thought I was holding ZL the whole time, but... Evidently not. Unfortunately, not being able to hold forward cost us a bunch of time. Or at least not being able to hold forward quickly. Taco Bell? I've never had Taco Bell. I don't get the impression that I am missing much by not having Taco Bell. There are games specifically designed for going fast, racing, and speedrunning. Why would I choose to play a game which was not designed for it and has less depth of competition? So, at least for me, I personally think that I have significantly more interest in trying to solve the question of how fast can you complete this game where it's not intended for you to try and complete it as fast as you possibly can, right? Because then you can usually get a lot of interesting things that happen that were not intended at all, and there's something to me about it being unintended that actually kind of makes it more interesting than if the intention is for you to, like, go as fast as possible, right? But also, like, I just enjoy Zelda games, and I like playing Zelda games. And by speedrunning Zelda games, I can continue playing Zelda games and having fun with them. Long past playing them casually. Yeah, people are also just, like, one of the most basic forms of competition is just how fast can, or like, who can do X thing the fastest, right? That people have applied to basically everything. Or at least any task that has some sort of, like, component of complexity to it. So thanks for the good luck, Lincoln Rhapsody. The only Sonic game that I ever played any significant amount of was whatever one was on the Game Boy Advance. I played that a bunch when I was a kid. Never really played any other Sonic games, though. At least, like, to any significant degree. So thanks for the good luck, Corpse. You just bought a copy of TPHD today and started your first casual playthrough. Ah, nice. I hope you enjoy it. I do think Twilight Princess is a fun video game. Got way around. Well, still a 106, I guess. Better than the previous run. You think Twilight Princess is the worst Legend of Zelda game of all time? Well, that is fair. You can have your opinion. No opinions allowed. Well, unfortunately for you, Crystal, you can't make up chat rules. However, I can make up chat rules, and I have determined that Crystal Bellis is not allowed to share any opinions. New chat rule specifically for you. So the amiibo helps the speedrun because it allows us to load our file 3 seconds faster for every save warp that we do. And we do 3 save warps in this whole run, so the amiibo saves like 9 seconds. But basically, if you tap the Wolf Link amiibo on the title screen, it'll load the file that the Wolf Link amiibo is associated with without having to go through the actual file selection screen. It is very weird of a feature. I'm not sure why it exists. Yes, I am aware that that is Agatha's castle, thank you. Game really wants to give me hearts here for some reason. How do I decide when I'm too far behind and choose to reset? It depends on how far into the run I am and how far behind I am. Like, if I was 39 seconds behind on the first segment, I would reset because I can... it wouldn't take me very long to, like, do the first 6 minutes of the run again and not be 40 seconds behind. But because we're already over an hour into the run, I would not say that it's worth it to reset at this point yet. Because, like, if I can stay roughly this far behind for, like, the next, like, 30 or 40 minutes, then, I would generally be okay with that.
How are me feel?
We didn't get an auto roll there. Alright, well, hopefully Bo will be as nice in this run as he was in the previous run. Oh, come on. Get that rupee. You're glad Bo sees that Link looks like a fish now? Yeah, Bo does see the majesty of the Zora armor in this run. So that was a good first phase. See if we can have a exact same second phase. Unfortunately not. No, he did the worst combo. Why would Bo do this? Ah, well, unfortunate. Yeah, the game doesn't replace like the textures or polygons around Link's chin when you wrestle Bo, so we still just have like the Zora armor part of the mask that's on Link's chin. We already had Iron Boots in War Then, would they show up as well? I'm actually not sure. An interesting question. Because obviously that would never happen in the vanilla game. But you could do that in Randomizer, theoretically. Actually, I don't think they would, because I don't think you can use the Iron Boots in Bo's house. Like, I would expect the game to restrict the usage of the item, so maybe not. Yeah, I mean, ultimately we play the game like this because it's fun, but also the more practical reason that, like, speedrunning video games tends to just involve glitches, and as far as, like, any percent categories are concerned, usually don't ban anything that it's possible to do, is because if you try to, like, make speedrunning such that, it plays games how developers intend for players to play the games, you find that basically nobody can agree on what the actual intended way to play the game is. When you really get down to, like, the nitty-gritty of what it's possible to do in a game and whether or not specific things that are possible to do are actually intended or not. why nobody can ever agree on what the glitchless rule set for a game should be. Oh, come on. Really? Ugh. It's unfortunate. But also, like, I don't think developers are probably particularly interested in going around and trying to dictate to everyone what the exact intention of how you play a game is. And also, if you know what the exact intention is of how you're supposed to play a game, then congrats, you've solved the speedrun, and it's never going to evolve ever again. Which is also not particularly fun. Part of what makes speedruns interesting is that they can evolve over time and become different, which doesn't really happen if it's already solved from the start, right? That's also why people lose interest when, like, a game gets arbitrary code execution and an any percent speedrun becomes a few minutes long, because essentially the game is almost certainly solved at that point, or is at least very close to solved, as far as the any percent speedrun is concerned. Alright, well, I guess aside from the mistake in the second room, this segment was pretty decent, but we're still losing time, because the segment was also very good in my PB. Like, generally, I think the, like, a better equivalent to think about speedrunning is to try to think about it almost like parkour, right? Where, like, in parkour, the only thing that really limits you are the laws of physics, right? And, you know, it's up to you to try to be creative to see how you can get from point A to point B where the only thing that constrains you is the laws of physics, or in this case, the game code. Really? This segment also, unfortunately, is not good. We are not saving time here either.
Being power will always be time. He will spare time.
The early Palace of Twilight, save as much time as barrier skip. No. So Palace of Twilight would still require us to have double claw shots, which then by extension would still require us to get Spinner. So at least currently, early Palace of Twilight would only really skip the second half of City in the Sky. You'd still have to go all the way to double claw shots. You think speedrunning is illegal and everyone who does it should be sued by devs. Ow. Well, rip. Guess I'm going to jail then. Although, if the cops try to catch me, I will simply just item slide away. And then they'll never catch me. Because they can't travel at exponential speed increases, but I can. What's the biggest potential time-saving glitch for TP in the foreseeable future? I mean, as far as, like, beating the game as fast as possible in an any percent context, that would be some way to do early Hyrule Castle. I mean, yeah, like, I don't think that speedrunning a game, like, takes away from, like, the way that the game is intended to be played. Because, like, people, like, most of the people who ever play Twilight Princess will play it the way it's intended to be, but speedrunning is, not usually like that. And, like, we don't really speedrun, or at least as far as I'm aware, people don't speedrun games to, like, show off how great those games are, necessarily. The sort of target audience for speedrunning usually is, like, people who want to see the game played in a different way. Because, like, people who are also interested in, like, trying a game out aren't going to go watch a speedrun of that game to see if they should play it or not. Also kind of surprised that Boblin didn't get the arrow shot off on me, but good that he didn't, otherwise I would have lost like 5 seconds. Yeah, the reason that I spent, like, hundreds of hours speedrunning 3D Zelda games is because I like 3D Zelda games. Like, I think it's fun. And that's kind of all there is to it. Like, there are plenty of other things that other people dedicate their time to that, like, I don't do and I don't have any interest in. Right? Because I don't think those specific things are fun. But people can just do what they want. I was supposed to run Twilight Princess HDL dungeons at AGDQ, but that did not end up happening because I got sick. Or specifically, I was still sick 48 hours before my time slot for the run. At which point the organizers said that they would have to begin making backup arrangements if I was still sick, and I was. But then I wasn't sick about 24 hours before the run time slot, so I still hopped on a plane and went to GDQ for the second half of the week. And was in the audience during the backup run that instead got shown off, which Glubbers did a great job with. And I'm glad he got a chance to show off a category he really likes. Alright, ICT Cobra, we'll see you later. Thanks for the good luck. Oh, come on. Actually, I guess it was kind of good that I'd moved that rock. We got an extra rupee out of it. Caramelized onions. I don't know if I've ever had caramelized onions on a pizza. Sounds like it would be interesting, though. Also, thanks for the good luck TGPU. I mean, you'd probably be surprised, like, how much of this run you would probably be able to do Fnatic masking. Like, the only things in this run that would take, like, a lot of time to be able to practice to do well are, like, Bokoblin pushing early Snowpeak and Pogate skipping Arbiter's grounds. But, like, long jump attacking is something you can learn how to do in, like, 5 minutes or so. Now, some long jump attacks, like, might be more precise than others, but generally all of the long jump attacks are not very difficult to do.
Here.
Have I ever tried the Ganon floor method for Ocarina of Time any percent? I have not, no. For Ocarina of Time any percent, I've only done the arbitrary code execution method, and also back when Ganondorf was the method, I did runs with that. The wolf was a boy the whole time? Yeah, crazy plot twist on this one. Alright. Another attempt at stupid trick for today. Let's move slightly forward. Alright, very nice. I'll happily take that. Thanks for the good luck bloobs. I didn't really trust that angle. Alright, we can finally reject going on a spiritual journey. Nice, we got our rupees. Listen, Joshi, spelling can be difficult. Alright. Y'all make our typos. Try, I guess. Trying to learn HD 100%, and you can't get the bomb drop after obtaining Zora armor down? Oh, I see. Yeah. So that one is... you essentially have to pull out the bomb on a very specific frame before, like, right as you enter the water. So it is, like, a difficult trick to do. There's a, like, at least when I do it, there's a visual cue that I try to use where, I don't even remember how to describe it. I would only know it if I, like, saw it again. But I essentially look at Link's sword as he's side-hopping into the water. And there's, like, a specific visual cue that I look for before using input buffering to take out the bomb. Can you have opinions again? Alright, Crystal, I guess you can have opinions again, sure. Oh, nice. Honestly, that's a pretty good place to get a blue rupee. That, like, cancels the ball and chain coming back to us. Unfortunately, none of them were red rupees. Probably just still end up collecting the Goron mines purple. I said something about spelling, and your whole PC had a meltdown. Ow. Well, sorry. I will do my best to try and make sure your PC doesn't have a meltdown in the future. Look into eyes of Yeto. Their true beauty. Who need mirror? Alright, well, minute behind, but in theory we can save time in Arbiter's grounds, but that does require Pogate skip to go well. So thanks, Gothic Zelda, for the raid. Welcome to a run that got past one stupid trick, and hopefully we'll also get past the second stupid trick. Also, thank you very much for the good luck. You're sad you have no snow, but that's what you get for living in California. I mean, there are some parts of California that get snow, but that's not where most people live. Yeah, personally, while snow does look very beautiful, I do not like having to actually be outside when it is that cold. Hello, music-eating fox. This run is a little bit meh. We are a minute behind, but if Arbiter's Grounds goes well, we could finish Arbiter's Grounds pretty close to my PB. So, hello, haha. Thank you for the good luck as well, music-eating fox. We will need it for Pogate Skip. So thank you very much, Nat, for gifting Mieri Tari a Tier 1 subscription. Sure, they definitely appreciate it. Thank you for your continued generosity. So thanks for the good luck, Zaki. Alright, pretty good segment. As long as I don't mess up crashing the boar through the fence, we should be saving a decent amount of time here. Also, thank you very much, Toko Sauce, for the Prime subscription. Glad you're enjoying the content. Thank you for the support. Why did we learn Shield Bash for this run? So, or Shield Attack. we learned shield attack because we're going to use it for the upcoming Pogate skip, since HD does not have notches on the control stick, so it's very hard to hold perfectly straight forward, which we would otherwise need to do to cross the quicksand for Pogate skip. So the shield attack allows us to cross the quicksand perfectly straightforward without having to hold perfectly straightforward on the control stick. You do not do Pogate skip in 100%, no. You have to collect all the Poes, so... by collecting all the Arbiter's Grounds Poes, that automatically opens up the gate, so there's no need to do Pogate skip. Ah, I see, Toko Sauce. Well, welcome to the stream. Yeah, getting all 60 Poes is a requirement for 100%. So even if you had notches, like, to hold perfectly straightforward, you still wouldn't be able to do, like, the setup that GameCube and Wii do. Because for some reason on HD, Link also... like, you can't start your journey across the quicksand with as much height as Link can get in GameCube and Wii. Like, Link's height is already started significantly lower, so... I wasn't able to figure out a consistent way to get across the quicksand, even with, like, being able to hold perfectly straightforward, but you could probably figure something out if you could, but for the moment, that is not going to really be possible. Okay. Okay, over here. No, he started hopping the wrong way. Sir, why are you doing this? Huh? Excuse me. Well, this is unfortunate. Really? Bro. I got scammed. He should have clipped out of bounds there. And he was clipped out of bounds for a decent amount of time, but then he came back in bounds. Really? My guy. I suppose we had to have it not work out well at some point. Really? Yeah, I don't know, oh, wait, hold on. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, this guy just really does not want to stay in the corner today, and also doesn't want to stay in the gate after we clip him through the gate. Yeah, that time was just not the correct, There you go. That's how you stay through the gate. Alright, well. Unfortunately, we lost, like, a minute and a half there, so... Oh, come on. Okay, well, I guess not. Oh, I don't know if that position would have worked, actually. How they want to go in this direction. Yeah, today is just a very bad day for bubble RNG, I guess. But thanks for the raid, Shammers Deluxe. I don't know, you can do that skip on GameCube and Wii as well. The setup is different, though, because of slight collision differences and also GameCube and Wii having notches, whereas HD does not. Alright, apes, we'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by today. Really? How is my timing off? I honestly don't know. It'd honestly probably be a good idea to go through that on emulator to see what the fail cases specifically are. Or what the fail cases specifically mean. At least we did Death Sword correctly, though. Low percent has one rupee slide left, which is the one that's done at the very beginning to skip getting the Faron small key. Well, unfortunate. Nice. I at least want to finish Arbiter's Grounds, though, because I wanted to practice the big spinner room. Yeah, so the reason why I lost 3 minutes is because we got pretty unlucky with the bubble RNG when attempting to do Pogate Skip. The actual execution of Pogate Skip, or like the part that required me to like get out of bounds and whatnot, went pretty smoothly. It was really just the bubble RNG that wasn't cooperative this time. I don't know. So HD can't do the Stallard skip that like GameCube does because L sliding, which is where like you shoot the claw shot and then can move slightly as Link while the claw shot is shooting, was patched in HD. So that's the basis for a glitch the glitch that moves the Style Trooper to the door, called Clawshot Actor Displacement, which, because we don't have L sliding, we can't do Clawshot Actor Displacement here. The only way you'd be able to do something like Clawshot Actor Displacement is if there was some other actor that was pushing Link as he shot the Clawshot. Well, yeah, unfortunately, I think that will be it for today. Also, hello, Momo. You arrived just in time for me to end stream. Congratulations. But yeah, obviously we can't PB with this run, so we will try again tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow we'll play less badly through, like, Eldin and Lanayru Twilight, because that was also something we had trouble with today. And then also, hopefully, Pogate Skip won't have such bad bubble RNG. But thank you guys all for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.